Had to turn my mic down. What's up, nerds? All you nerds and nerdettes. What's happening? What's up? I'm going to actually change the subject to something more interesting other than just, music and good vibes. I am going to talk about something that I think is something that's horrific. I came across on the news. I just thought it was I think it's an interesting story because of you just don't think that it could happen to you, or you don't think that it can happen to anyone. So let's get through some of this. I don't remember the guy's name, but you can look up the story. But when I read the story, I actually heard about it from lead attorney. So big ups to lead attorney. I watch his stuff sometime because he lives in Atlanta. He's an attorney in Atlanta. He was an attorney. He's a divorce attorney, and he covers a lot of interesting topics. So when it comes to the jail system, lead attorney is, he's pretty familiar with what's going on there, and he keeps up with stories, even though he is retired. Now, this individual, like I said, I don't know his name, but I know the story, was sent to jail because of a misdemeanor. Yeah. They put him in jail, and they said he had some psychiatric problems. He was a young male in his 20s. Healthy, but his mind, they say, he's had some mental health problems. So they put him in jail on a misdemeanor, but he was in there for 3 months. Now, you can go to jail for a misdemeanor, shoot, I think up to a year or so. I know they can give you 6 months easily. But it all depends on what the misdemeanor is. But you can definitely go to jail for it, do a year. To my knowledge, but this man was in jail for 3 months, and he was in a cell by himself. And it's one of those cells. I mean, look, I don't think this guy was getting any daylight at all. The windows aren't very clear. You can barely see the sun with some of these windows. And they didn't check up on this man. So what happened to him was, being that he wasn't in his right mind, he also didn't contact his family, and his family is saying, he didn't contact us, and he wasn't able to contact them. Now, check it. What happened was he was in very, very poor conditions in jail in Atlanta, and all you have is a mat, a cover. You might have a pillow if you're lucky, and that's that. Not unless you're a lifer, then you accumulate things. But when you get in there, it's just a metal bed, a mat, And he, like I said, he was in a one-man cell. It's very small in there. You got a toilet, a sink, and it's a terrible life. Trust. But one thing you don't expect is to jail to be infested with bugs. Even though jails have known to have rats, maybe roaches or something like that, or two, and then, they get exterminated. What this guy had in his room was bed bugs. Now, it doesn't say whether he brought the bed bugs in there because bed bugs are everywhere. But the thing about bed bugs, they're so voracious and they're so clever. They're used to feeding off humans. You know what I mean? They're very used to it. So they're used to any tricks we have to kill them. And bed bugs don't have to eat for 6 months. They can just come bite you, go to sleep somewhere, and chill for 6 months. And another thing is, when they have babies, they have a whole lot of them at once. So this man had no defense whatsoever. And if you ever seen any YouTuber that goes and cleans houses, and especially where there's old people, you'll find that bed bugs, often will tear these old people up because they don't know what's going on. They just know that they're being eaten. And they don't know what it is that's eating them. They just know there are bugs eating them until, somebody comes and look at their conditions, because a lot of old people live by themselves and they don't have nobody to check up on them. And then when somebody comes over, they're going, well, those are bed bugs. And nobody's going, oh my God, those are bed bugs. Like it's an emergency. They're going, those are bed bugs. Let's go ahead and treat them. In this guy's case, completely different story. The bed bugs were eating this dude for 3 months with no defense. He had no defense. All they need is blood. They don't need water. They don't need anything else. They just need a place to hide and a human or whatever else they're going to eat on. So, if you never had bed bugs, it's a terrible thing because it takes so long to get rid of them. And sometimes you have to throw the whole apartment away. You actually have to move. Or you have to have a very expensive treatment where you heat up the whole apartment. And that's the only way to kill them because they hide everywhere. And they're masters at hiding. But when there's so many of them, they'll be right there in plain sight, which is right up under your mattress, and sometimes not even up under the mattress. They'll be right on the mattress. This why when you go to a hotel, check the mattresses, just flip it up real quick, check the sheets. Because if you see something black or reddish crawling on it, it's good chance it's a bed bug. They started chewing on this man, and of course, nobody even hearing about bed bugs taking somebody out. I don't think he thought it was emergency. I thought he was just, he probably thought he was just itching a whole lot. Well, that turned critical really, really quick because he had nowhere to go and he had nobody to complain to. They just pretty much left him in there, would open the little thing, give him his food, and move on. They kept him alive with, the necessities, but nonetheless, what had happened was these bed bugs got so out of hand that they overpowered this man and they killed him. A young black 20-something-year-old man. The bed bugs killed this man. Now, after the story, broke loose, they showed, his family said, I want everybody to see what they done to, our relative. And when you look at the picture, his eyes are still open, which is horrific. And there's bed bugs in his eyes, all over his face, and especially all over his torso. So he died, with his eyes open. He just got torn apart by these things. And when they finally decided to go and check up on the man and they called the ambulance, the medical people came into, the jail cell and looked at him and said, we're not touching him. They're like, we're not doing it. We're not going to touch him. And he was declared dead. He didn't go to the hospital and die. He died in a jail cell from bed bugs. Now, here's where the real kick in the ass comes in. This is in Atlanta, mind you, and this just happened not too long ago. The jailer, the assistant jailer, some of the guards, and some of the detectives for the jail all resigned at once. All of them. They all said, we're done. We quit. Now, the reason why this is because the lawyers, of course, that jumped on this of the family, and police officers quickly found out that the people, the jailer, the assistant jailer, the investigators of the jail, some of the COs, they knew about his situation. And if bed bugs are in one room, they're in another room. They knew. They knew he was in there being eaten by bed bugs. They were aware. Now, I don't think they were aware of the severity, but they were aware he was being eaten. I don't think they were aware that bed bugs can kill him, but they were aware that he was in a very, very inhumane, uncomfortable position. Nobody wants to be in that position, and they probably thought, oh, they're just bed bugs. He'll live with it. Actually, that's wrong. He died from it. He died from being eaten by bed bugs, which they drink your blood is what they do. They gorge on your blood until they swell up. And the big ones, they're just part of the problem. It's the little ones that you can't see that hurt real bad. When they bite you, they hurt, and they're little red ones. You can't even see them. They hurt like hell. So it isn't like he was getting bitten and didn't know it, and he was just like, they're just bed bugs. No, he was suffering, and they knew he was suffering, and they let him suffer. They let it happen. The jailer, the assistant jailer, the COs. Now, we all know if you go to jail, there is a chance that you might not make it out of there. But this is the first time I've ever heard of them actually letting somebody die from being eaten by bed bugs. We know that the Atlanta jail system is terrible. Terrible. You even had some rappers say, listen, don't go to jail in Atlanta. I mean, you heard Freaky Zeke talk about it. You heard, some other rappers talk about it. They're like, man, Atlanta jail is the worst. It is because they don't care. It's ran by Black people, and they don't care about you. And, some people want to attack people who bring this up, how much Black people don't like Black people. And they're just like, you're a hater, you're spreading falsities. Look at what they did to this man. All it would have took is for them to go in there and fumigate the place. That's it. They could have went in there, put him in another cell, or say, you know what, call somebody in here, fumigate this place, the whole thing. You know what they have to do now? They have to close down the jail. 600 people have to be moved. Now there's this long federal investigation that's popping off that's costing taxpayers even more money, and they might have to go ahead and shut that whole jail down because bed bugs hide everywhere. You'd have to heat up the whole place to pop all the bed bugs because that's how you kill them. There's other sprays and there's little home remedies. There's some over-the-counter sprays that you can use, but that just contains them. You really want to get rid of them, you have to heat up whatever room and or house that they're in. So that place is a wrap. It's a wrap. It's inhumane is what it is. It's inhumane conditions. He died from being eaten by bed bugs. So these people that up and quit their job, I know that they think, well, I don't work there anymore, so it's okay. Well, this is where you're wrong, because somebody lost their life who was in jail for a misdemeanor. And they lost their life. You're not supposed to lose your life for a misdemeanor. And you have mental issues. If you have mental issues, you're supposed to be taken care of. They're supposed to look at you and go, this guy has mental issues. We know he has mental issues. We need to go ahead and get him medicated or some type of therapy, or when you don't throw them away. And that's literally what they did. Now, in Atlanta, the same jail is where that one guy got tased to death. They just tased him and tased him and tased him and tased him. We know also there's recent stories of a man was in jail and his jail cell was so hot it cooked him. And they knew when they would go and open that little slide to feed him, they said a bunch of heat just would come out. They knew he was in there cooking. Another guy died in jail because he froze to death. And they knew. This is the same jail that Thandi was standing in front of with a bunch of other people with a bullhorn, and she was saying, it is in Atlanta, she was saying, are you guys cold in there? And they were all beating on the windows and stuff like that. And she was out there saying, get these guys some blankets, blah, blah, blah. And it seems like it's just a small thing until somebody dies from hypothermia. Once your body hits a certain degrees, it is actually hard to get it to recover, especially if nobody's helping you. You have one blanket, maybe one sheet, a pillow. Once your body dips below a certain degrees, it is a real trial to get it back up to its temperature without, proper medication, proper things to eat. You're just not going to eat the regular everyday stuff. You need stuff that's going to help your body warm itself up and heal itself. Your body does not have that. You're going to die. Now, I am under the impression, as a matter of fact, we all know that the jail cells are not just ran by any ordinary people. We know that the city and state don't really run the jail cells. We know that jail cells are privatized. It's a modern day slavery system. It's a free labor system is what it is. This is why a lot of people go to jail for stupid things. And the police, they listen, they know it. They go out there, they gather so many people, they put them in jail so they can have free labor. There are more prisons built in this country than in any other country. There are over 2 million people that are in jail. We know that it is a modern day prison system. All the lies they tell you about clean up the streets, yada, yada, yada. We know it's a modern day prison system. We know this. Now, some people need to go to jail. They need to be separated. There's just no doubt about it. But jail needs to be something that's fair. You can't just hold people in jail just to be holding them there. What up with you? So, like I said, I forgot the young man's name, but the family wants answers. I hope that when they investigate this and when it's all done and dusted, the prison guards who knew about it, because it's on record. It's on record. This is what's going to kick them in the ass. These COs who went and would check his chambers and see him in there being bitten by bed bugs. It's on record. You made your rounds. You worked on his floor. You handed him his food every day, 3 times a day. You gave him his bologna sandwich. You gave him his orange juice, his milk, his water, his coffee, his Kool-Aid, whatever it was. You knocked on his door. And when he got food, you saw his condition. You can't say, oh, I didn't see his condition. You did. You probably heard him complain. You probably seen his hands. You did. This was reported back to the jailer and the assistant jailer, and they knew about it because it's on record that they knew. Listen, if they didn't know about it, then why did they resign? They resigned because they all knew this man was suffering from being bitten by bed bugs. They all knew. They just probably didn't think it would kill him, but they knew he was suffering. They knew it. Jail is not supposed to be a place of suffering. It's supposed to be a place of rehabilitation. So people can come back out into the world and be a law-abiding citizen. Now jail is there for experiments. I have no doubt in my mind that, hey, the government might even known about this. Let's see if bed bugs can kill somebody. Hey, this guy's being eaten up in there. He's complaining. So what? Let it happen. He's just a black male. We can spare black males. Go ahead. Just let him. Just ignore him. We want to see how long it's going to take for these bugs to end his life. He's a young, physically healthy male. This is a test. I told you guys on one of my other lives that the government's always watching you. They're always watching you. I don't care if you sit in your house and do nothing or if you're out running marathons. They're always watching you. They're always testing you. Edward Snowden let us know this. The government's always watching you. They're always listening to you. They're looking for some kind of something that's either, they're looking for something that's abnormal, or they're looking to do something abnormal to you to see if you can hold up to an abnormal condition. Some of you people are, scientifically interesting to the government because of something you may do and or something that has been passed down through your genealogy. Some of you don't need to exercise. You're automatically, you're just in shape and you're 40 years old and you're in great shape. Well, that's handed down to genetics. Some people don't have to lift weights. Look at Bo Jackson. He didn't have to lift weights. You have some people who are just naturally strong. Some people who are naturally just fast. It's unreal how fast your reflexes are. Some people are smarter than most people. And some people are dumber than some people when you wouldn't expect them to be. You'd be like, your mother was smart, your father was smart. Why did it skip over you? Some people got two different eyes, two different eye colors. One lady, her eyes color changes in the sunlight. One woman can see 5 miles and can still pick out a face. You got people who can start fires, people who can run up walls. You have all kind of interesting things. But to you people who are everyday, the government still looks at you and thinks if you were in a particular position, what would happen to you? I told you about the guy in China who did all these terrible things to people while they were, he did it without anesthesia. He did all these operations to see how they would die. And when the US found out about it, they actually asked him for this information, and the guy lived to be like 89. He lived in the US and until he died a normal life. They didn't even look at him as a war criminal. And they took all of his research and all the heinous things he did, they did not hold against him. So some of these crazy stories of black people dying in these jails and the things that are happening to them in a system to where it's supposed to be government ran, but it's clearly not government ran. It's clearly privatized. We know the government is not even government ran. The government is privatized. We've seen what happened on the 6th, January the 6th, and how our government fell down there. We don't know what the hell. We don't know who's in charge. President's not in charge. Electoral college is not in charge. We don't know who's in charge. 5 white families that are at the top. We don't know who. But what we do know now is you can die from being eaten by bed bugs. You can lose so much blood that it will end your life. We know this and they know this. We know you could be a healthy, person. And if you're in a cell, locked in there and you cannot get out, it takes about 3 months before you'll die from being eaten by bed bugs. And that's the science. Now we know. You can have a resting heart rate of 44, 45. No physical condition that is, causing you to be where you can't defend yourself. Have all of your appendages. You can be in your right mind. You can be as fit as a fiddle. In 3 months, you will die from being eaten by bed bugs. You will die. And you'll die with your eyes open. And that's what they've learned. And they probably already knew this, but they probably wanted us to know. We'll just lock you up with bed bugs. And the jailer, the COs, and all those other people, we'll put them on paid leave. We'll pay them to experiment on you. The Tuskegee experiments, what do you think happened to those men? Those 68 men, they lied to them. They gave them, syphilis and told them it was something else. And then they would not let them go. They just watched them die. Syphilis is very painful and it turns your brain black. They wouldn't let them go. They wouldn't give them help. They called for help. They died in pain. So when I hear this, I look at the government and go, you're still experimenting on us. If we turn the heat up to 100 degrees, how long will it take before a fully grown, healthy male dies? Well, they found that out because they did that to somebody. If we turn it down to, 50 degrees, how long before, they found that out? Because they did that to somebody in jail. And these guys are banging on the doors saying, let me out. It's too hot. And notice every time that these incidents happened, these guys were in jail by themselves. This was not a 3-4 man tank. There's not a bunch of guys who died. These are singular tanks that all of these people were in. All these men, these black men that are in, all of them died in singular tanks. So be aware. If you want to act a fool and you want to go to jail and they put you in a single man tank where there's no bars, it's just a steel door, and they have to slide that thing, the little door latch open to feed you, you are now a lab rat. You're now an experiment. And you could be in there for a ticket. You could have forgot to pay a speeding ticket. Yeah, listen, they threw a lady in jail because she didn't pay her garbage bill or something like that. And they had a warrant for her arrest for that. Or taxes or something, it was $100. They came to this black woman's house and had a warrant for her and arrested her. It was an older lady too, like 70-something years old. And they handcuffed her and put her in jail. Sandra Bland was in jail by herself. She's in a single person tank. And 5 other women that year all also died in different jails. And they were all healthy females. One woman was in there for something with her cell phone. She was in there for a misdemeanor. Sandra Bland was in there for a misdemeanor. She was in jail because the officer told her to get out of the car and she didn't want to get out the car. She's like, you're doing too much. Like, what's this all about? All over a turn signal. She went to jail for a turn signal. She's like, why don't you just write me a ticket? They put her in the back of the car, took her to jail, and murdered her. If you go to jail, you are a lab rat. They put you in one of them single cells, and there is no bars. You're a lab rat. If it's a solid door, you're now an experiment. And you could have went in there for giving a cop the finger. You could have went in there for absolutely nothing. You can go to jail for nothing. Because the cops can pull you over now and say, get out the car. And you're like, what did I do? We'll tell you when you get out the car. Then you get out the car, they tell you turn around, put your hands behind your back. What did I do? We'll tell you in a minute. Now, first they show up with 2 cops, then they call 2 more. 2 more cops show up, just in case you resist. What did I do? Stop resisting. I'm not resisting. I want to know, what did I do? They finally get you in handcuffs after they toss you on the ground because you so-called resisted. Because they need to, aggregate a story. Then once they got you down there, they put your hands behind your back. They double handcuff you as if you were the problem. Then they throw you in the back of the car and still don't tell you what you did. But they have secondary charges against you. You kicked us. You spit on us. You cursed at us. These are all secondary charges. Now you're going to jail for obstruction. That's a secondary charge. They've done this to people recently. Trumped up all these secondary charges without saying why they pulled you over and why they arrested you. They just skipped past all the protocols of you being stopped in the first place and said, skip that. We're just going to take you right to jail. And we'll sort it out once you get to jail. T.I. was taken to jail, and he asked the cop that put him in handcuffs, why am I here? He said, what did you arrest me for? What'd you bring me to jail for? And the cop said, because you came back at me. He said, that's my right. I have the right to ask you, why are you arresting me? They put T.I. in jail because he asked, why are you arresting me? The cop was like, you don't have the right to ask me while I'm arresting you. Why am I arresting you? He's like, you're going to talk to my lawyer. He was like, that's fine. That's a misdemeanor. And it's a secondary misdemeanor. It's not even a misdemeanor, truthfully. You're allowed to ask the cops why you, but what I'm getting to is now it's so easy for the police to arrest you and not tell you anything and just throw you in jail. And listen, all these stories of these men and women that are dying in these single cells are not a coincidence. This is happening statewide. This is not a coincidence whatsoever. And they're dying with their eyes open. This is not a coincidence, people. We are at war. You can be the best person in the world and you can still go to jail and die if they want you to. That is the truth. You being an upstanding and outstanding citizen has no more merit on whether you live today or die today. That's it. There is no more, go to college, help an old lady cross the street, be the pastor of a church. No, they're arresting them too. They're macing them, beating them up, and arresting the pastors. Them too. Old ladies, they're catching hell too. It doesn't matter. Pregnant women, them too. They arrested a pregnant black woman, put her ass right in jail. She's like, I have no idea what's going on. 9-year-old kids, them too. They're arresting children, putting them right in jail. Who've done nothing. Why is my 9-year-old in handcuffs? So I just wanted to bring this up because I'm a black man. So I live in fear of America, especially the police. I live in a city where the police dress up as the KKK. They've been doing this. They've slaughtered just recently. Hey, what's going on? Just recently, the police went into this young man's house at 4 a.m. to serve him a misdemeanor warrant at 4 a.m. Busted in his house. Within 1 second, they shot him and killed him. He's dead. Those police did not get fired. They are on paid leave. Those police are not arrested. We had another guy, he's 25 years old, a detective, just shot and killed this kid. And he had groceries in his hand, broad daylight. He was walking into his house and this detective opened fire. And because he's a DT, you don't get to know who he was. You don't know who his name is, what his name is. He shot this kid in the back. Just opened fire and killed him. That's the city I live in. There are more people shot and killed, black people shot and killed in my city than anywhere else because it's ran by the Ku Klux Klan. And for those of you who thinking I'm making this up, I've been living here since I was 24. On Martin Luther King Day, when we would have a parade, we would all go downtown on High Street and we would watch the parade and the fancy cars and the people marching and the floats that would come by. You know what else was in the parade? A float that was a truck, and on what the truck was pulling was a regular bed, and on that bed was about 15 cops all dressed up in Ku Klux Klan outfits, screaming at us, calling us racial names. Also on the news, one of the sheriffs, one of the deputy sheriffs, they dress in black, one of the jailers. Well, he had a black Ku Klux Klan hoodie on. It was right on the news. So I'm not making it up. I've seen it. Anyways, so if you guys got some comments, I'll listen, or I'll read them. But I just wanted to make you people aware that no matter what you do, they can take you to jail and kill you and experiment on you. No matter what, it doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter. Those jailers knew this guy was suffering. And they watched him get eaten by bed bugs. They listened to him complain. And they did not allow him to contact his family. Think about that. You're in jail. You get your phone call. Hey, can I make my phone call? No. You can't call for help. Hey, there is, a ton of bed bugs in here and they're biting me every night. So what? Deal with it. You shouldn't have came to jail. Well, you brought me here. These are inhumane conditions. This this is going to get out of hand. Do you know what the consequences of this is? Federally. Like you telling me no, you're about to be put in jail. Anyone during the time he was there who came and checked on him is now under investigation federally. Just think about that. Just think about this. You're a jailer. You're a CO. You're going around giving people medication. You're going around giving people their 3 meals a day. All this stuff. You're on his floor. You have to check and say, I did this. Everything is on record. Your name is there. They know when you were there. You're on camera. For 3 months, you're going to this man and you can see him. You can hear him talking to you. Do you think you're not under investigation at this time? You're under investigation. You're under federal investigation. And if you're found guilty, which you will be, because your job is to look after the prisoner. Whenever you go to jail, you are a ward of the state. Well, they'll all get questioned. You're a ward of the state. Whenever you go to jail, it is their job to take care of you. Listen, the implications and the consequences are even further reaching than that. Once this story hits the news, and the people who are most likely to go to jail simply because of the color of their skin, when they see this, what do they do to the police that try to arrest them? You're already seeing this. We're not talking about the criminals. We're talking about the regular people. The criminals, it's even worse for them. Now, what you did was you just made it harder for the officers who need to just be out, just regular beat cops out there. You made it harder for them. I mean, just think of the uptick of police that are being harmed and are dying. We had one lady who was at a red light, just got off her shift. Police officer. Car full of guys saw her, rode up on her, and opened fire. She returned fire, but it just wasn't good. They got out the car and lit her ass up. She is dead. Just got off her shift, was rolling home, had a revolver on her, everything. Because I know a lot of women talk about, well, I got my gun, and Bob, you don't know what you're up against. You have no idea the animal that you're up against. They saw a police officer who just got off their shift. This means she had on her uniform. They opened fire on her at a red light. Just think of what the criminals are thinking now. Y'all let a man die from bed bugs. 3 months y'all left him in there. When they see a police officer, they think you were complicit. When something happens in the hood, and a police officer start going after people who did absolutely nothing, but they look like them, the police officer thinks you were complicit. Well, now the criminal is going, you're complicit because you're a police officer. You knew what happened, and the cop's going, I have no idea what happened. No, you have on a uniform. You're complicit. Kill them. This is what the criminal's thinking. This is what the everyday people is thinking. Screw the criminals. The people are thinking this now. The people who are most likely to end up in a single cell with a solid door and being experimented on, turning the heat all the way up or turning the heat all the way down, and then waiting to see what happens. And a man banging on the door every day. It's too cold. It's too hot. There are bed bugs. There are roaches. Every day until he finally dies. This is a torture system. And the police, listen, your jobs just got a lot harder. Listen, the more the police do to people, the harder their job gets. The less the average guy is going to want to comply. The smarter the criminal gets. Sir, step out the car for what? Absolutely not. I'm not stepping out the car. There's 3 of you. There's 1 of me. I've done absolutely nothing. Sir, if you don't step out the car, we're going to pull you out the car. Bet. Put the car in gear. Boom. Take off. This just happened. There's a guy in a red car. I forgot what it was. Police wanted him to get out the car. He was like, absolutely not. Police jumped on the hood of the car, put the gun to the windshield and said, stop the car, stop the car. Now I got to give it to the cop on this one. He did not kill that black man, which we all seen over and over and over again. What the cop did was when the man hit the gas, the cop dropped and grabbed the hood and went for a ride. That guy drove through a field. That cop bounced right off of there. Boom. Another cop tried to follow him. Couldn't even follow him. They had to call it in. This is the animal that you created. Now you have an injured cop there who decided, I'm not going to kill this man. This is what it is now. There's no more complying. There's your life or mine. I'm going to take the risk and run. You put a man in jail and let him be eaten by bed bugs. I'm not having it. You did not allow him to call his people. All 3 of those men, they could not contact their loving family. Their family had no idea what happened to them. None until it was over. Or the guy that you tased to death. Or the guy that you put in the back of the paddy wagon and you didn't, you had no seatbelt on him, but you were being an asshole. You sped up the van and then you hit the brakes and suddenly this guy went sailing into the bulkhead and broke his neck. You didn't even call the ambulance. You didn't even pull over and call the ambulance. You looked down and you saw him and they're like, dude, what happened? You know how the cops play that role. Then you took him to jail and you yanked him out of his seat and he was telling you he could not move. The man is a quadriplegic today because of what that police officer did. And it's all on film. Now it's all on the internet. What do you think that we're thinking? When the cop rolls up to us and tries to reason with us, there's no reasoning with us. You just broke into a man's house at 4 a.m. to serve him a misdemeanor warrant. And you shot him within 1 second because he had a vape pen in his hand. You lucky he didn't have a 9mm in his hand. You broke into his house. This is the second time this is happening in the city I live. The third time, as a matter of fact. And the other 2 times they had the wrong house. They killed the wrong man. This is what the police are doing. We are at war. There's no other way to put it. We're at war. There is no justice. It's war. These are war crimes. If any of you have ever looked at any video on war and what they did to prisons, you're going to find out they're doing the same thing to us. They're doing the same thing to us, but on a smaller scale. We're at war. And some of you cops are innocent. Some of you cops just want to go home to your wife or your husband and kids or whatever, whatever the case may be, but you're caught in the middle of it. Now you got whole cities that are short of cops. They're like, we don't want to be police anymore. You got prison systems that are short of COs. You have lawmakers who have completely lost their damn mind. Listen, there was a Lululemon or whatever, one of these places robbed recently. These youngsters just walked in, a couple females, couple males, black, walked in and took the products right off the wall. Walked right out with them. 2 young ladies in there were just like, hell nah. 2 white women. It was like, nah, it's not going to happen. They tried to stop them, but they knew the rules. You can't really stop them. Don't stop them because they're not really worried about those products. They're billionaires. They're not really worried about those products. They're worried about their name. But these 2 women, they don't have billions of dollars. This is where they work. And if you come in and walk out with stuff once, you'll do it again. So they're like, it's the principle. So they said, screw it. We're going to take videos of what's going on. So they have videos of these, people absconding with, property and walking out the store. And then these 2 women walked out the store and took videos of the license plates and the vehicle. Called the police. Showed them the videos that they took. 3 people were caught. You're thinking, damn right. Catch your stupid asses. Here's the thing. Those 2 women were fired. They were fired because they called the police. What do you think is happening? They lost their job because they did what they were supposed to. However, the rules of these stores are let them go. Don't call the police. Don't bring attention to us on a wider scale. Replace the items. Let it go. They fired them. Now, what is happening is so my neighbor works for a department store, and they told me, listen, there are kids that come in and steal. What's happening is we have face recognition software. We know who they are. When they come in, we know who they are. There's only one person to really go down and, try to stop him, but they don't pay this guy enough. So what they're doing is they'll come in there, they'll take a particular item and they'll, dash out the door with it, yada, yada, yada. The price of that item is usually not very high, so on and so forth. But what they allow them to do is come back in and do it again and again and again. What are they doing? They're waiting until the amount they take equals a felony. Then they arrest them. So when they go to jail, they stay there. The majority of the people that you see running out the store with, all this stuff is not equal to a felony. This is why these people are doing it, because even when they're arrested, they get out the same day and go do the same thing. These are syndicates that are doing this. These are not just random people. They are syndicated. They're well organized and they know the law. Now you understand why the company didn't want you to call the police, because it's going to do absolutely no good. Not one bit. Here's the knee-jerk reaction to that. Companies are saying, don't call the police. We are going to buy security. So now you have stores. You're going to start seeing Walmart. You're going to start seeing Kroger's. They already have one store. It's a grocery store that have taken precautions. High valued items are locked up. CVS is taking precautions and saying, we're tired of people, stealing lotion, this, that, and the other. They're locking all their stuff up to where you just can't grab it. We don't care if it's a box of Kleenex. You're not just going to grab it and leave. And what they're doing is they're hiring security, except these are not flashlight cops. These are people walking around with Doberman Pinschers and German Shepherds. These are people who are armed security, and they are licensed to shoot you. The game is changing. It's getting a lot more aggressive, and it's getting a lot more dangerous. These companies have billions of dollars, and they'll use it. Recently, you had a young lady who, she walked into one of these stores, and I guess she was one of these females who thinks they're a man. She wasn't a trans, that date women, but she was kind of hardcore. You couldn't tell if she was a man or a woman, but she's a woman. Went to the store, tried to steal something. The security guard was like, no, we're not having this. So the security guard gets in a ruckus with the woman, and they hit the ground. Now, you would think because it's a man and this is a woman that, put her in handcuffs, this is all over. No, what the security guard does is he allows her to get up. When she gets up, she grabs the items that she wanted, and then she walks out the store. He walks out the store with her, and then, shoots her dead in the chest and kills her immediately. Now, what he said was she drew a knife on him. Both of these individuals were black also. He said she drew a knife on me. Now, he's in jail. I don't know how long he's going to be there, but they're saying he's not charged. But nonetheless, when I seen him doing an interview, he was in an orange jumpsuit. So he's in jail. And he's probably going to get charged with manslaughter, even though he wasn't just charged. But this comes in the wake of the white guy on the train who killed the black man who harmed nobody but was hungry, Jordan, Neely or whatever his name is. And then the three white guys jump on him and murder him, even though he harmed no one. And the people are feeling sorry for the white guy. And they've raised $2 million for his attorneys. That white guy finally got charged with manslaughter, and he is in jail today until he either gets bailed out or, or he doesn't make bail. Depends on what they put his bail at. Once again, people, we are at war. And it doesn't matter if you're a good person or not. Doesn't matter if your mom's a good person, your brother, your sister, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're walking, if you're jogging. We've had men who've been arrested because they were jogging in their own neighborhood, if you're standing on your own property right outside of your house, it doesn't matter. The police arrested a man right in front of everybody and right out. He's like, this is my house. They did not care. You're seeing this now. They're just coming to your door and they're arresting you and threatening you. We're at war. And the good cops need to identify themselves real quick. Because the bad guy is no longer running around with the way you think the bad guy's looking. The bad guy now is everyone. Because nobody trusts the police. The more heinous crimes that are happening to everyday people who are calling for help. The 11-year-old boy called the police for help. The police came to his house and said, everybody get out of the house. The little boy was obeying those orders. The cop pulled out his revolver and shot the kid in the chest. Please explain it. Kid said he couldn't believe it. Nobody could believe it. And the kid lived. 11-year-old boy shot dead in the chest, wasn't armed, wasn't a threat, was walking towards a police officer. He said, everybody out. He's walking towards you. You shoot him dead in the chest. We are at war. We don't know who's good, who's bad. It is clear that the police officers are not here to protect us. You don't protect somebody by shooting an 11-year-old boy who's not a threat to you. He's an innocent kid. He's a child. This is literally a child. This is not a hell-raising little boy. He's still alive, thank God. He's a child whose house was in turmoil, and he did what his parents instructed him to do, which is when something goes awry, call the police, call for help, call the good guys, call the guys to come over here and sort things out so everything can return back to normal. Call for help. Call the knights in shining armor. Call them. That's what they're there for. That's what we pay for. We pay them to come in our house and shoot our 11-year-old boys. We paid him to do this. We paid those cops to kill Sandra Bland. We paid for that. She died with her eyes open. They hung her. We paid for that. We paid for it. We are the taxpayers, regardless of whether you're on food stamps or not. We are the taxpayers. You're still paying taxes somewhere. You get food stamps, you get help from the government, you still have to spend your money, and you pay taxes on whatever you spend your money on. You're still a taxpayer. Some of those taxes goes to the city, which is allocated to the police, fire department, and other essentials. You're paying these people who are making $100,000 to come in your house and shoot you, to put you in jail and watch you get eaten by bed bugs. One black woman, they arrested her for some goofy reason. Salute. She went to jail, about 40 years old, and she said, I need my medication. I don't want to die in here. The next day, she was dead. She was dead. She was found dead in her cell. There is a reason why all of these thefts are happening. There is a reason why gun violence is at an all-time high. There is a reason why the bad guys have turned on the police. There is a reason why the squeegee kids in Chicago are not trying to get a regular job. They're not trying to do it. Now the mayor has said we're going to pay the squeegee kids to get off the streets, and the people are going, why are we paying the squeegee kids? Because the squeegee kids have said, if we don't make money out here, we're going to go back to crime. They made it very clear. If we don't get money some kind of way, we're going to go to crime. We would rather squeegee your windows other than shoot you. You know why they said this? Is because one of them shot a man. Shot him dead. 14 years old. Shot him dead. White dude, about 30 or 40 something. Right through his car window. I don't know if you ever had an experience with water boys or squeegee kids, but they are ultra aggressive. I was in New York. We got water boys out here, but the ones in New York are different. The ones in New York go out on the highway in traffic because traffic is moving 2-3 mile an hour. In a day like this, 90 degrees, they'll weave right through that traffic, hold them bottles up, yo, $2 a bottle, blah, blah. You think some people, listen, they wouldn't be there if people wouldn't buy from them. They're going to where the money is. I think I bought a water. I'm on the highway in traffic. I was like, give me a bottle. If we didn't buy from them, they wouldn't be on the highway. If you didn't buy from squeegee kids, they wouldn't be there. Anyways, if you guys got any questions, I'm listening. I'm just really pissed off at the way America, the best country in the world, at what they're doing to black people. I'm pissed off about what black people are doing to themselves. There's only so many projects that we can live in. They're tearing down the projects, people. We're in trouble. We're going to eat ourselves alive. And they're going to do more experiments on us. This is not a coincidence. There are going to be more black men thrown in single cells with a solid door, and they're going to hear you scream. The COs are going to hear you scream. The jailer's going to hear you scream. The nurses are going to hear you scream. They're going to hear you dying, and they're not going to do anything about it. That's what's happening. It's going to get worse. Home invasions are at an all-time high. Just theft is up 45%. 45%. Whole cities are being emptied. LA loses over 300,000 people. People are trying to get out of New York because it's a cesspool. Just think 300,000. Listen, LA is saying, listen, if you live here now and you leave, we're going to sue you. We're going to sue you for taxes. You're going to be held accountable to pay taxes in California for the next 10 years. Because you know who's leaving? It's not the small folk. It's the superstars. That's why LA has so much money. They're making it off of the superstar. And the superstars are saying, we're leaving. We're done with this. We're out of here. We can't do this anymore. It's crazy because you can walk outside of an apartment that you're paying $4,000 or $5,000 for. And there is a group of homeless people who all set up tents. There's feces everywhere. The living conditions is complete crap and nobody's doing anything about it. And now they're moving into some of these really ritzy areas. You got people like Dave Chappelle and other people. Dave Chappelle actually lives here in Ohio, but you have he didn't want projects built by him. You got who's the basketball player? Steph Curry. They're putting up apartments near his house. He's like, absolutely not. He lives in a mega mansion. He's like, no, you're not doing that here. I pay for exclusivity. I pay to be away from the riffraff. You're going to bring the riffraff here? They're like, nope, we're leaving. We're going to go somewhere else. You have some of these people that don't even live in this country. Rihanna doesn't live here. She lives in Barbados. You ever seen her house? You ever seen her house in Barbados? It is huge. Huge. Beautiful home. The rich are leaving, and the government, city, state, are saying you're going to pay taxes here. And once again, they're not worried about the small folk. Like I said, 300,000 people left. A lot of those people had money. And because so many people are leaving, taxes. You're going to pay taxes. Of course, child support system is ridiculous. Listen, if you spend any time with somebody else's child and that mother is not present, if it's over 2 hours, she can say you bonded with the child. She can now get child support from you. If you take a woman to the hospital and you're not the father, but this woman was on the side of the road having a kid, you take her to the hospital and you tell her your name. Guess what they're going to do when you get to the hospital? They're going to say, sir, what's your name? You're going to say, Jacob Jacobson. You're going to say, she okay? She's just fine, sir. We just need to know who brought her in. Mr. Jacobson, can we have your information? Sure, I live at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Drive. Blah, blah, blah. Everything's okay? Everything's okay, Mr. Jacobson. Can you just go ahead and fill out this form? Everything's all right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go. Goodbye, Mr. Jacobson. You're going to get a letter in the mail. The letter's going to read, you are responsible for David, David. It's the name of the little boy that was born. You're going to be like, for one, I'm a black man. David, he's white, pure white, blonde hair, blue eyes. I am a deep Maroose. This is not my child. I did not create this child. It doesn't matter. Your name's on the birth certificate. How'd that happen? We put it there. She didn't know the father. So, Mr. Jacobs, congratulations. Okay, fine. Can I see the child? Nope. Mandy's, who's the child's mother, doesn't want you to see the child because you're not the father. So wait a minute. For the next 18 years, you're going to abscond with my finances directly. Like you're just going to go into my bank account and take it. And I did not birth this child, and I can't see the child. I have nothing to do. That's correct. And if you don't do it, you're going to get in the rears. And if you do, we're going to arrest you. So the court system is a sham. If you date single mothers, it's a mistake. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. And listen, there are some great single mothers out there, but they're going to suffer from this. They're going to suffer. They could just know your name. You don't even have to go to the hospital. That's actually happened to a guy. He was the neighbor. He said, I never slept with that girl. It doesn't matter. He's like, why'd you put my number? She said, I didn't know the name of my father, the child's father. You were the only guy that I knew, which is a lie. You know the child's father's name, but you know he's a deadbeat. He's a deadbeat piece of trash. You knew this before you slept with him. And you knew that your neighbor is over here, rocking and rolling in the free world. He's doing good. So you're just like, he's a payday. You know you can get some money out of him. Probably got a pension or he's ex-military or something. He works at the factory, been working there for 30 years. You're like, oh yeah, I'm about to hit you. And the court system allows it to happen. You got, rappers who've talked about this for years. The one guy who made 1 to the 3 to the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Encore. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Him. Some chick said, yeah, this is his baby. And the judge was like, cool, bing, there it is. Get money from him. He had to go to court. And he was like, I don't even know this woman. That was like, it don't matter. He had to keep paying a lawyer and keep going back to court to fight. And finally, after like 5-6 years, they were just like, okay, we're finished. But they sucked so much money out of him. He's like, this is not my child. I never slept with this woman. She just said it was his. I got family members that happened to. So stay away from single mothers. Don't tell them your full name. Use your nickname. If you're going to date them, do not give them your full information and do not be at home with them. And it's a shame because there's some damn good. I mean, especially when you get up in age like me, the likelihood I'm going to date somebody with children is a lot greater because I'm older. But if they're, children, 7, 8 years old, don't be alone with them. As soon as she walks out that door and goes over a friend's house, stays there for an hour, and you and little, Tommy is watching, whatever, having a good time, and she's gone. You're like, yeah, go ahead, chill with your friend. And y'all are, on the game or something, having a good time, eating pizza. She comes back 3 hours later. Hey, I'm sorry. Hey, don't worry about it. You have a good night. You go home. Next thing you know, you get a letter in the mail. I'll tell him that. You get a letter in the mail. Says you spent time with this child and the child is bonded with you, which is actually true. But because this child is bonded with you, you now have to pay child support for the 2 hours you spent with this child. Avoid baby mamas if you can. Don't tell them my name. Don't tell them my name, homeboy. Because I ain't paying. If I can't, I'm going to tell you something. I have met women with great children. I'm serious. Just great kids. I've met women with great children. Super, super great children. Lovely, well-mannered young men, well-mannered young ladies, they're just good kids. And I've always felt that, one, they should be with their fathers, and I felt bad for them, like, they should be, I think everybody left. That's okay. I'll make some music. Yeah, but I mean, it's scary. It's, I mean, just think about being a man. Just think about being a black man. Really scary for us because I mean, black women too. Come on, I mean, but it's really scary. Well, I tell you what, I don't, I don't blame people who run from the cops anymore. I don't blame them. I don't blame, kids who run from the cops. I don't blame adults who run from the cops. I don't advocate it, but I don't blame them. I listen to the story first and then I go run. If a cop walks up to, I mean, if a cop stops you and doesn't want to tell you why you're being stopped, I don't want to be there. And tells you to get out the car or he's gonna pull you out the car. See, that's it's time to go. Like this just went from level 1 to 100. I've had an interaction with police and I'm happy it didn't end up like those stories. Yeah, but these stories are far and wide. They're happening every day now and happening more frequently. See, and like I said, I mean, when they're walking up with their hand on their weapon and talking to you like, they're you're their, they're some authoritarian over you. Like, you don't even like what did I do? Like, you stopped me for like what am I being stopped for? Sir, you have a tail light out. And it's a tail light. Why are you going to 100 over a tail light? It's a ticket. Get off the car. It's a ticketable offense. It's tickets. It's a ticketable offense. How is this an arrestable? You as a person following the cops. What's that all about? But I'm just saying there are a lot of people dying over ticketable offenses, and and they're going and we're going, why are so many people being thrown in jail and or dying over ticketable offenses? I mean, when you look at the case of the guy who was in a car wreck recently, him and a woman was in a car wreck. Police showed up, surrounded the car. The guy is pinned in the car. His woman gets out the car. He's pinned in the car. He can't even respond. The cops are going, get out the car. This is a car accident. This is not a robbery. It's a car accident. Police surround the car. They got guns drawn And the one cop goes, there's a gun right there. We already know the rest. And they're going, where? The other cops are going, where? I don't see a gun. He goes, there's one right there. And he's not responding. He's in the car pinned and he's moaning like, because he's in a car accident. And they're going, if he reaches for that gun, then they go, he's reaching. And as soon as he said he's reaching, all the cops open fire and kill him on the spot. They open up the car door, finally, after they riddle this man with bullets and find not one gun. Those cops go on vacation. They get paid to murder us. They go on vacation. They get paid by us while this thing is being investigated. After they just slaughtered a man. Just think of a bunch of people surrounded a cop car and opened fire because they had a gun. Just think about that. And people just walked up to a cop car and he's got a gun and just kill a cop sitting inside. He got a gun. You know, they had it wasn't pointing at you. No. Did they threaten you? No. Did he even know you were there? Absolutely not. He didn't even know I was there. He wasn't even aware. I think he was asleep he was asleep. He was on his break. I saw him in a parking lot. He was in a parking lot. And, I saw his car and I was like, why is he in a parking lot of a, Walmart on break? I just thought it was suspicious. So a group of guys, we all grabbed our guns and we went over there and this cop was totally asleep. But then we saw he had a gun and we thought if he wakes up and he grabs his gun, he's going to kill us. So we killed him first. That's basically what the cops are doing. It's not that having a gun is illegal. It's what if the person wakes up suddenly, grabs their gun and starts shooting? Which doesn't happen because usually there is no gun. All the other cops could not identify that there was a gun there, but they all start shooting and they executed this guy who was in a car accident. He needed their help. And his woman is just screaming, no, no. And they murdered a man who was in a car. It's see, whenever we see this, we're like, you guys are nowhere near on our side. Or how about the kid in Alabama? Kid in Alabama told his mother, guy's 25 years old, needed a ride to work because his car broke down, got a ride. He's waiting on a ride home or something like that. Called home and said, listen, there's these guys that are, they're harassing me and calling me names, blah, blah, blah. They never saw him alive again. They took this kid somewhere, they beat him, strangled him, and then they separated his head from the rest of his body, and then they separated parts of his body were found in different places miles away from each other. And what's really crazy is when they were trying to track down the rest of his body, now they're finding other bodies of Black people on these ranches. This is in Mississippi. They tried to do the same thing to another guy, but he got away. The same group of people tried to do it. And what the cops said, when the cops went and investigated and they saw that his head was separated from his body, they said it looked like an animal got to him. End of the case. Case closed. Now the police aren't being investigated by the police. Wait, what? You're the local sheriff? You looking at a man who lost his freaking head. And you're going, an animal did it. An animal tore his body up like this. And I'm like, what animal would do this? You're in Mississippi. You're not in the, you're not in Africa somewhere in the woods. You're in Mississippi. What animal in Mississippi does this? He was like, case closed. It was an animal. His family was like, you out of your damn mind. They started tracking down who did it, or who he was last seen with, or who was making these cases, or making going after him. Names are popping up all over the place. Now they're finding out it's a whole big deal. It's bigger than what they thought it was. They thought it was just a small little, oh no, it's a big deal. These people have been doing this. They've been doing this in Mississippi. Be careful. So yeah, it's scary to think, but they're still lynching. A lynching in 2023. A lynching happens every year. They never stop lynching us. It's scary times. And the police are in on it. The people you call when something is going down are the people who are making it go down. They're the ones who are doing the killings. Who do you call now? You can't. Who do you call when you can't call the police? Who? Now they're telling you, listen, if the police come to your door, don't talk to them. They're telling you even now, don't call the police. If you have an issue, don't call the cops. Because they'll come and tear up your whole house. And you can't sue the city for it. They're like, don't call the cops. Figure it out yourself. You call the cops, they're going to show up and they're going to tear your whole spot down. That one woman a couple years ago, she called the police. They shot her right outside of her house. They shot that woman. Another woman called the police and her dude stepped to the door. He had a screwdriver in his hand. They shot him right there at the door. Killed him. He showed up at the door with a screwdriver. They didn't say drop it. They pulled out their revolvers and shot him dead in the doorway over a screwdriver. You can look these stories up too. I know you think my stories aren't real, but you can look them up if you want. You know, you're like, is that true? Did that really happen? Yeah, really happened. I have no need to lie to, fabricate, some type of false feeling. There's nothing in it for me. Once again, I don't make money off of these videos. I make more money off of a short. I make more money off of finding coins in the parking lot than I do off of YouTube. I just like to get this stuff out off my mind. I remember when I was dating, I used to talk, like this to some of the women that I was dating, and they would all brush me off like I wasn't saying anything. They'd all go, they didn't want to hear it. So YouTube it is. YouTube it is. That one person listening to me on YouTube, listening to me vent about something I can't control. But the good thing about YouTube is it's going down in the annals of, YouTube. So it can be referenced back to. You know, somebody might want to come along and do a podcast or listen to a podcast and say, I'm going to listen to this guy. And he's got something going on for the next 3 hours. So I'm going to ride my bike and listen to this guy. You know, because people are doing that now. So even though I'm not making any money now, I can send some of these actually over to BuzzFeed. I do have a BuzzFeed account. And then once you do that, you could put it on Amazon. I don't do too much with it, but I do have a BuzzFeed account. So one of these days, I might actually do that. I already have a couple of them up there, but I might put more up there because, you know. Other than that, you doing all right, Natalie? Been beating anybody up recently? Kicking anybody ass? No, no, not yet. How? How'd he pass? What happened to Cuzzo? That'll do it. Sorry to hear that. That sucks. Car accidents suck. I lost 3 uncles to one car accident. I had a double funeral. The third one died not even a week later. Yeah. My favorite person in the whole world died in a car accident. Last night. Ain't been kicking no ass, huh? I know how you like to beat people up. I was thinking, when the fire burns, when the water burns. Your aggressive nature. You know, you're into rowdiness. Just wondering if when the water burns. I was just wondering if you're just wondering how the ass kicking business is going. No? My neighbor has decided to. You're not aggressive at all? That's not true. My neighbor has decided to start, messing with me again. Believe that? He has started putting, smearing stuff on my car. On the, I have an Avalanche, so he'll smear stuff on it. He used to, crack eggs on my property and stuff like that. And I'd be like, who's cracking eggs? I find out is this asshole. He's putting them in my plants and stuff, killing my plants. And now he's starting to, do stuff like that again. And I'm like, and he's putting it on my, my Avalanche, which is my, because he's been damaged up my other truck. And I'm like, this guy just does not know when to quit. He really wants me to beat him up, and then he'll he thinks he's tough. He lives right across from me, so when he sees me outside, he'll go to his apartment door and he'll stand there and look at me like, "What are you gonna do?" And it's like, I plan on it actually. The 6th I have an interview. It is about time. Even though I like living out here, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna miss this place. My rent ain't half bad. I have enough space to do what I need. I know the area. Everything's in walking distance or bike riding distance. It's not bad, but it needs it. If I can do better, I will. But I've been waiting for things to happen, and I'm making them happen. They're slow, but I'm making things. I'm making adjustments. It's just me, Matt. I don't. I live by myself, so you know what I'm saying. Everything has to work, or it doesn't. You know, been cleaning, took out some heavy stuff, got rid of some heavy stuff, took it to the junkyard. That was good. It was real good because I was tired of looking at it. Yeah. Went to the junkyard this week a couple times. That was nice. Love that junkyard money. Junkyard money is so good. It is so good. It's just, oh my God. That $40, $50 from the junkyard, it is some good money. Yeah. You can actually live off of junkyard money if you had a constant source of junk. Yeah. Well, you got to understand. I don't need to make a bunch of money. You know what I mean? So 40, $50 that I don't need, you know what I'm saying? It's not like I need this 40, $50 right now. So you throw away a refrigerator and a stove and you get 40, $50, from it, that you don't need that. It's not like I don't need it to go and pay this and to go pay that. It's money that you can put right into a piggy bank because there's I don't have an immediate need for it. So if you can do that, two, 3 times a week, you know, and you can save it, you're just holding on to that 120, $130 that you made for that week because you don't need it. You see it, you see, now you know why it's good. Now you understand why it's good money. Because it's money that you don't need. And there's always somebody who wants to get rid of something. Some people actually say, "Hey, can you get rid of this for me?" Because I have a truck and a trailer. They're like, "Hey, can you come take this refrigerator away?" I'm like, "What's wrong with it?" "Nothing. I just don't want it anymore." I'm like, "Okay. Where's it at?" It's in my garage. I don't want it. I'm like, "I'll be right over." "How big is it?" "Oh, it's a 2 door. It's just that we don't need it." And if it's not messed up, I'll sell it. But if it's messed up, oh, it doesn't work anymore. That's like $40 right there. You know, boom, take it to the junkyard, get your little 20, $30 out of it, whatever. It depends on the stock market. That's why I keep saying different prices. You're just like, I just made $30. It used to take me all day, 8 hours to make $30, $40. Now I could just make it just by picking up a refrigerator. That's why I'm so ecstatic about it. Like, I just made $30 by dropping this refrigerator off. Boom. Here you go. Here's some bucks and some change. Boom. And you just, what you do is you go back on, Facebook, and you look to see who's close to you and who's getting rid of something else. And sometimes you'll find somebody who wants to get rid of something. They'll say, hey, this stove is free. This refrigerator is free. None of them work. Come get it. It's yours. You can fix it or whatever. You're just like, boom, can I come get it? Sure, come get it. If it's close by or on the way to the junkyard, $50. And there are guys and women and families. There are people, but mostly men, who do this every day. They go to the junkyard every day. And I mean, some of the loads they have is like, damn. Like they'll have a pickup truck full of stuff and a trailer. And it'll be like all appliances. I mean, it'll be like $180, $190 load. I'm just looking at all that stuff. I'm like, oh my God, you got like 3 stoves, 2 refrigerators, plus, the back of your truck is full of stuff. That's just what's on the trailer. And like, I mean, $200. There's this one guy, what he did was he would take the cords off of any electronic device and he would strip the cords all winter. Anytime he found something, it was if it was an electronic device, he would strip it all winter. He would sit there and listen to his woman and watch TV and strip the cord. Hold on a second. Ooh, had a dizzy spell. And he would strip the cord. And he took it all to the junkyard because he wanted the copper. And when he took it to the junkyard, they had to write him a check for $3,000. Now, mind you, he junks all the time. Dude's like 70 years old. Junks all the time. So what he does is he separates his junk. I was like, wait, what? He's like, yeah. He said, yeah, if you have a stove, take the cord off of the stove. Got a refrigerator, take the cord off of the refrigerator. If you got anything that's copper, strip the wire, strip it off of it, and just take it separate into where they want copper. Copper is worth more than metal. It's worth more than the regular metal. I had a refrigerator this week that I was riding my bike to it's a real nice area, and I saw somebody was getting rid of they were probably getting ready to redo this abandoned house. And all the time when you see an abandoned house, you already know if it's abandoned, it has abandoned appliances in it. So what they did, they put the appliances out on the side of the road because they know the regular garbage isn't going to come get it. Somebody like me is going to come get it. Well, the refrigerator's on the side of the road, and I looked at it and it was laying down too. And as soon as I got close to it, you could just smell it. It was Am I all right? No, I just had a dizzy spell. But I'm okay now. But I get them every now and then. So basically, so the refrigerator is laying down and it's taped up. And when you get closer, you get to smell it. It smelled horrible. So I took it to the junkyard, and the guy was like, I'm not taking that. I think it's got food in it. He was right. It was full of food. So I took it down the street, to the car wash, and the guy there was like, hey man, I'll go ahead and open up the trash here, and you can just dump it in there, which was real cool of him to do. Other than that, I really had nowhere to take it. He said, you can just dump it in there, man. It's okay. Yeah, Capers is not here and Humble is not here. It's only you and Natalie. So I had to take that thing was filthy. And then I washed it out and it still stunk. And I took it back up there and the guy was like, oh my God, this thing still smells. I'm not buying it. I said, who's your manager? He was like, my manager's in there. Some younger dude went in there and said, listen, I got a fridge out here. I brought it. He didn't want it, had food in it. I took it. I cleaned it out. It still stinks. Doesn't want to take it. He's like, has it got food in it? I was like, nah. He's like, show it to me. Took it out there. He came out and I took the doors off. He could see it didn't have. He said, so what? It stinks. He's like, we don't care. It's going to be outside. So he looked at the guy and said, yeah, we're going to buy it. And the guy, he ain't like that because he thinks he has the power to turn anybody away. Like, bro, this is a whole living for people. You know what I mean? So, yeah, give me my money. It's a refrigerator. It's like $25. Give me my money. You know what I mean? Ever since then, he gives me a hard time, but still, get that money, though. You get that money. Shoot, I bet if I go on, I'm going to go on Facebook right now, and I'm going to see if there's any free refrigerators or anything free. Got a washing machine for free. That's near my area. Matter of fact, I might go get it. You got a refrigerator for free, but it's not near my area. You got another refrigerator for free, but it's about 20 miles from here. That's not worth it. You got another refrigerator for free. That's about 5 miles from here. I'm gonna ask this guy, this turns on and cools. Yeah, see. 4 days ago, they listed this. Yeah, I'm gonna go see this guy. If he goes, yeah, well, it looks like it's still available. If he goes, yeah, it's available, I'm picking that up. This guy wants 20. Oh, okay. Let's see who else has got anything. If I can get about 5 or 6 items, it's like $100. Take out your gas, $20 maybe. Travel, $80, $85. I don't need it. Yeah, I don't need it. When I say I don't need it, meaning there's not something I need to pay for right now because I usually have all my stuff covered. So if I don't need it, I'm just stocking it like a piggy bank. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Boom, boom, boom. So Hardaway, let's get to you because I know you're itching to talk about. You're itching to probably talk about a few things. One, Devontae Davis went to jail. Let's get to you, Hardaway. Let's get you out of the way. Let's go. You got some subjects you want to talk about, so let's do it. What do you want to talk about? Because Natalie beat somebody up recently, so we just got her out the way. So let's get to you. What you got, bro? What do you have? Boom, boom. Mm, mm, mm. What subject is on your mind? There's a lot of sports happening. So what do you got? Was just listening in? No, okay. Surprised. Surprised. There's a lot of sports stuff happening, man. A lot of sports stuff. I know how you like to talk about sports. Anyway, Tavante Davis got in a car accident and decided to run. Threw his ass in jail for that, but he's only in there for a short while. They gave him a bunch of ew, what's happening in China? I mean, what subject? There's a lot happening in China. I saw a video where this dumbass black dude goes to Japan, gets on a train, and starts messing with this dude on a train, talking about, I'm an American. He's like, yeah, you remember Hiroshima, Nagasaki? He said, we'll drop those bombs on y'all again. And the dude is looking at him like, and then he starts talking to the dude sitting right across from him. This is on the train in Japan. And he's messing with this dude. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, yeah, American, we'll do that. So you get another dude who steps up and he was like, what's up? He's like, why are you messing with these people? This guy was Chinese. He's like, where you from? And he's like, I'm from China. And they ain't playing like that. He was like, so what's up? Why are you messing with people? Oh, no, man, I'm just joking. You just said that you're going to kill hundreds of thousands of people by dropping a bomb on them. Hiroshima and Nagasaki was in 1948. There are people who are still alive that remember those bombs. You can't go to black people and say, we're going to put you back in slavery. You can't go to the Jews and say, we're going to open up the, concentration camps. You can't do that. Bro, you know what happened? He was making another video walking down the street in Japan. Somebody came up and punched him in the face. Punched him right in the face. Plow! He's like, whoa, man, whoa, like, what's wrong with you, man? And the dudes start calling him in the N-word. And as a black man, I'm going to say he deserved it. Like, if I would have saw him doing that on the train, I'd have been like, man, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. You're in their country. They can wipe the floor with you right now. They can just all stand up at once, beat your ass. The only reason why they don't do it is because they're on this whole honor system thing. They don't want no trouble. They can just all whoop your ass. They can drag you off the train to an alley and kill you. And nobody would care. So yeah, bro. Just the idiocy. What's going on in China? I mean, there are a lot of things going on in China, but woo, China boy. People have to escape their job in China. They actually have to, run from their jobs because their jobs will keep them locked in for 3 days and say, you can't go nowhere. And you have employees escaping their jobs. And then, employer running after people, get back here, get back in here and work. And you're just like, no. China, where they can build a hospital in a week. A whole hospital. You see what happened during COVID? They built a whole hospital in a week. They get stuff done. A week, and I'm not exaggerating. You can go and look at it. It's on YouTube. They built it in a week. Just amazing. But it's just amazing. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Hardaway? What's happening in China? What's happening? Read the messages. Let's cook on what's happening in China. Hardaway, what's going on in China? Natalie, Hardaway, did you get a lot of Amber Alerts? Okay. Hardaway, salute. Stop. What's going on? Here to listen. No, let's cook on what's going on with China. Did you say something before that? Okay, well, I don't know because it doesn't look like you said anything on what's actually going on in China. So it doesn't say anything. It doesn't say that, you didn't get any other message. No, look, I'm looking at all the messages that you said, and I just read them all. It says salute. This is you again. Was just listening. You again. No, let's cook on what's going on in China. Natalie asked you what's going on in China. You have an arrow pointing up. Then you say read the messages. There's Hardaway. Do you get a lot of Amber Alerts? I don't think Natalie knows what you're talking about either. And then it says you didn't get any other messages. So the answer is no, sir. We did not get any of the messages of what's going on in China. Yeah. See, Natalie didn't get them either, so we don't know. So enlighten us, bro. What's going on in China? What's happening? What's happening in China? You can put the topic down and then I can look it up if you want to just do that. And I'll go look it up. If it makes it easier. I like this. And you spoke on this. They're saying that the next... okay, so yeah. Yeah. All right. So yeah, they're saying that the next virus that's gonna come out is not going to be is easily stopped or whatever happened to COVID. Uh, and okay, so I don't have any. Let me see how I'm gonna say this. I'm not a medical expert, so all I have is opinion. Not unless something has coming out and I can read, and say, "Hey, this is what somebody says about it." But when I saw that, for one, they're coming out of the same place. It looks like whoever's cooking these things up, Omicron and all this, they're all coming from China. They're all coming out of Wuhan. And there is purpose behind these manufactured viruses. These are not viruses that are okay. So here's what we do know. We know that coronavirus has been around for a minute. Coronavirus is actually on the back of your Lysol cans. It'll say kills coronavirus. So this is and okay, and what coronavirus used to be before its mutation, it used to be something that was just on the surface of something. It wasn't something that you were worried about that was in the water, and it wasn't airborne. So it was just, you could spray, boom, coronavirus, it's over with. What they did was they found out how to make it airborne, and therefore it can get into your lungs and get into the water. And this way, everybody had it. Now, the thing about it is, once they did that, they also made it more potent so it could, do more damage. Uh, but when you look at the test for coronavirus, you'll find out that almost everything that you touch has it. If you turn on your tap water and you test your tap water with one of those tests, it'll say coronavirus is in the water. It will. Now, we all know that the government poisons the water. We know Michigan was poisoned by some elected officials. We know this. This is not an isolated case. This is not at all. As a matter of fact, they've been poisoning the water ever since they've been going to war with the Indians and stuff like that. They find out a way, to poison the water. And this is an old trick. If you can poison the water and poison the food, you can starve out the army. Therefore, the army dies. Things along that line. Also, you don't necessarily have to poison the water with something that will kill people. You can poison the water with something that will just slow them down, and or you can poison the water, or you can poison other things to slow people down. This is what Wounded Knee was about. The battle of Wounded Knee and things along that line is when the English and or so-called New Americans, they poisoned the Indian with yellow pox by giving them blankets that were full of the disease. So this style of killing people off has been around for the longest time. Now, natural diseases that have come along and that are still out there, like, influenza, which is the flu, we fight against influenza. The Black Plague was actually started by sailors, or ships, European ships. They were started by uh, uh, pigs and rats, pigs and rats' blood. It was a mixture of pigs and rats' blood, and it was carried by mosquitoes. So killed 70. What was it? Was it 70 million? something like that. It killed like one third of Europe. I mean, it just killed, slaughtered a bunch of people, the Black Plague. Um, Now, when you have something like the Black Plague and you looked at it and you looked at what it did, how fast it killed people, how it traveled, and so on and so forth, the vehicle which it traveled by, which of course mosquitoes, you look at things like Zika virus, the same thing, except Zika virus doesn't kill people. Zika virus is dangerous because for one, it travels by the mosquito, and when the mosquito bites a human, a it causes uh the viral goes into the human's blood, but it causes deformation of unborn children. So if a pregnant woman is bitten and Zika virus goes into, her, and she has a baby, the head of the child is going to be deformed. This is with Zika virus. But look at how it's traveled. It's traveled through mosquitoes. So a lot of these diseases, they are not able to travel on their own. That's what I'm saying. A lot of them are traveling by mosquitoes. Mosquito is the number one killer in human history. It's the number one killer. All right. Even other bugs travel by mosquitoes. Okay, so other parasites is what I'm saying, travel by mosquitoes. So when you're looking at that, you're looking at how Zika virus, what it's doing, and how the Black Plague, what it's doing, and stuff like that. And then you look at something like, herpes, or and what we all thought of what herpes was, and when it first came out, and AIDS, and how AIDS traveled, and all these things. AIDS is not airborne, herpes is not airborne. So when you're looking at all these viruses, you're looking at them. Listen, they thought that the Black Plague was airborne. It's not airborne. Although the flu, I'm not really sure about the flu. If it's airborne, I think it still has to have something to travel by. You have to touch something and get it, or however it goes. And of course, the common cold. You never get rid of these viruses. You never get rid of the common cold. These hide in your nervous system, in the ganglion in your nervous system. They're there, and they just pop up. You're taking care of the symptoms. You're not actually taking care of the virus itself. You're taking medicine to knock off the symptoms, but you still have a cold. People who have chicken pox, they never got rid of chicken pox. Chicken pox actually turns into shingles when you get older. You hit your 50s and 60s, you start getting shingles. That is the chicken pox. So there is a modality to a disease, and what the Chinese have done, along with Dr. Fauci, is they found a way for a disease and or a virus to travel that was not traveling before. It did not travel by way of air. It only traveled by way of touch or through water or something like that. And it was knocked out quickly, just by a can of Lysol. That's why I went through all that history. They augmented it. And now they're augmenting other viruses, and they're also bringing other viruses back to life and back into play. And what this is doing is the test runs that they're going, well, if we can take coronavirus that wasn't lethal and make it lethal and make it airborne, then what else can we make airborne? So in colder regions, Alaska, and polar ice caps in North Pole, South Pole, there are viruses that have died in those areas and that have been frozen. And now that some of these caps are melting, they're finding out that some of these viruses, they were just frozen, like they're still alive. They're finding ice worms that are huge ice worms, 30, 40 meters. I mean, these things are long, the huge creatures are frozen. And soon as they thaw them out and these things are still alive, they start wiggling again. They're also finding viruses doing the same thing. These viruses they've been out of play for hundreds of thousands of years, but they're melting them down, and boom, these viruses are coming back into play. These animals are coming back into play. And what this really is population control. That's really what it is. That's all it is. There's no other reason why they would be announcing like there's a superstar coming to town, that there's another virus that's coming. And they already have the information on it. They're like, this virus is going to do this, that, and the third. So what do you tell people who've already been affected by influenza, which kills a bunch of people every year? The flu still kills people every year. Asthma still kills people. AIDS, it's still killing people. Coronavirus still killing people. What do you tell people who are suffering and know somebody who suffered and died? Hey, you know what? You're about to get hit with another one. But this one's going to be far, far harder to deal with when the last one hit. I mean, it's a way of causing hysteria. And we know that the medical companies, we know pharmaceutical companies will kill you. Literally. They have. They will kill you. They will stop you from saying anything that is will stop their plans. Okay, so we know that there have been hundreds of holistic doctors knocked off. We also know that Dr. Sebi was, when he went to federal court and he cured people of AIDS, herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea, cancer. When he cured so many diseases, and they threw him in jail because he was on YouTube talking about it, thinking it's okay to spread this information. And he was like, this is how you cure these things. And they came and picked him up and said, hey, what you're doing is you're spreading lies. You don't have a doctorate's degree. You cannot disseminate this information because it can cause harm, which I don't see how it can cause harm, because he was talking about eating natural foods. He never said take particular type of medicine. And he didn't say stop taking a particular type of medicine. He's saying if you started eating these plants and these fruits, then you will start feeling better. But he never said stop taking your medicine. He said this is why this is happening to you. He said most of you, he said all of you are all sick and you have different diseases, but they're all the cause of one thing, and that's the mucous membrane. Eat these foods that attack mucus in your body. And that's what he said. And they started eating these foods. They started eating these roots. They started eating these greens, and things along that line. And the more green that they consume, the more the vegetables there's even a white guy who had cancer, and he said, "Listen, they told me I was out of here. I started eating cancer, and this guy's in his 60s. He's like, I feel better." They had one guy who moved to like Greece to one of these islands, and this guy was almost 80 years old. Because they told him he was going to die because he had cancer. He moved to one of these little islands where they drink wine every day and they eat natural fruits, and he outlived every doctor who told him he was about to die. They all died. He's still alive. Well, he's dead now, but he outlived them. So Dr. Sebi was telling people, eat this. You can go to the store, you can find this, eat this. They took him to court, and he found out that well, they took him to court and they said, listen, you can't do this because you don't have a medical license, so on and so forth. And they said, the judge said, you're gonna have to prove what you're saying is correct, or you're gonna be sent to federal prison. However that went, and he said, I'll prove it. So the next time he showed up in court, he showed up with like 30, 40 people. Each of them had paperwork on their medical history that proves they had this for so many years. They've been diagnosed with this, and that now they are all cured of all of these diseases. None of them that walked in there was sick of anything. Not Alzheimer's, not thyroid this, not cancer that. They weren't sick from anything. Rheumatoid this, nothing. They were all healed. They were all black too. They didn't have sickle cell. They expect us to just say, "Oh, I'm black, I got sickle cell. I'm black, I got asthma." None of that. They went on these diets he talked about and started eating these roots and sea moss and start drinking all that, sea moss and this, that, and the third. And they all got healed. So Dr. Sebi was found in Honduras carrying, I don't know, thousands of dollars, and the police, got a hold of him and they put him in jail, and then he was found dead, which is really strange. So yeah, they killed him in Honduras, which is actually the same place where Left Eye died, who was on the same kicks. He was on the same thing, natural foods. So I'm saying all that to say, I don't know exactly what they're doing. Even if they told me, I wouldn't understand it because it's a science and I don't have a degree in that. But the gist of it is we're manipulating viruses that have been out that have not been harmful to us. And we're making them stronger. And also, we're using binding agents of viruses that were harmful. So when you have any airborne or any virus, there's a bunch of them out there, and our body naturally fights against them. However, when they want to make something that will bind to a cell, they have to look at other viruses that have binded to a cell, and they use those viruses as vehicles. One of the most famous is HIV. So the HIV, the properties of HIV was used for corona in order for it to go into our bloodstream and attach to our cell. You don't believe me? Look it up. Because I looked it up. And so, like I said, everything has to have a vehicle. It has to have a way of travel. So whether it's air molecules, water molecules, or whatever, it has to have a way of travel. But not only does it have to have a way of travel, it has to have something that will stick to the cell. Now, the cellular wall and or the cellular membrane, the cellular wall is round, but it's notched. Your nervous system, okay. Let me explain it like this. Whenever you take a painkiller, ibuprofen, Aleve, whenever you take it, the nerves sit like this, and they attach like so. Now, whenever you take ibuprofen, Aleve, Tylenol, the molecule of the ibuprofen or whatever it is that comes and blocks the pain sits in these slots. And they block the pain from traveling through your nerves. So they'll sit in these slots right here. So when your nerve is attached to it, it will not feel it. That's how painkillers work. So your cells have to have something to attach to them and stick to them and accept them in order for the cell to be affected. Now, that's a very third grade way of saying, a lot of technical stuff. And I'm not saying that you're stupid. What I'm saying is, I don't know how to say the technical stuff. But I do know this because, I took some biology. And yeah, I forgot a lot of the terminology, and it wouldn't matter anyway, because you can just say, hey, this goes here and this sits here, and this is what it does. So whenever you get something like cancer has to come through the membrane of the cell in order to affect the actual cell. So the membrane, which is sitting on, and then, the cell, the mitochondria, and, everything that's in the cell, the mitochondria actually is the battery of a cell. It's what powers it. But you got your nuclei and so on and so forth. But what I'm talking about is the cellular wall. It has to be penetrated and or accepted by the cell in order for it to work. So there has to be AIDS and efficient immune disease, or whatever they call it, immune disease, or whatever it is. It attached to the cell, destroys the cell. Cancer attaches to the cell, destroys it. You see what I mean? Destroys the cell. Coronavirus, before they mess with it, couldn't attach to the cell. Couldn't get in there and do the damage it does now. Now, because it travels by way of air and it can attach to AIDS, it attaches to AIDS, which attaches to the cell, which kills the cell. Now you see what I'm saying? So that's what they did. They were like, well, and look, you understand this, 35 million people had AIDS. They died from it. I don't know how many people got it now. I mean, it's terrible in Atlanta. Now, just think about this. If they use the AIDS virus as a way to attach to a cell for something that wasn't attached, it's just like taking an adapter. That's what it is. They use AIDS as an adapter. They said this doesn't plug into this, but this plugs into this, and this will plug into this. Now you got people dead from coronavirus, something that wasn't killing people before. Going back to what, China's talking about, what they're saying is, we found a way for it to travel by any means. Once it gets into your system, which will probably be through water and air, it's going to attach to something that's already attached to your cell. What are the chances that you have coronavirus? What are the chances? What are the chances if you took a corona test right now, it would show up positive? What chances? What do you think? 2 to 1, 10 to 1, 100% chance, 20% chance. Let's just say 60 because it's in the water, it's in the air. Remember what they did? They mutated it, so now it's everywhere. In the air, it's in the water. If you touch something and or someone, you can get it. What are the chances that 60 to 70% of the people that you're around have it? But they don't have it to where they have symptoms and they could die from it, which means they don't know they have it. So if something else comes along and looks at your cells and says, well, I can just get right in here. The door is open. There's no barrier to entry. You can't wear a mask and stop it because it's probably in the water. So when you take a shower, boom, there you go, you're sick. You walk outside, boom, there you go, you're sick. You wake up, boom, there you go, you're sick. You're sleeping, boom, there you go, you're sick. Now this other thing is exposed, and we already know it's going to be through water or air. When it hits you, it's going to do the same thing coronavirus did. It's going to ride on the same, it's going to come through the same modality, and it's going to attach to you the same way Corona did, which is the same way AIDS did. That's what's going to happen. Except it's going to be a lot more lethal and it's going to be quicker. See, when people got AIDS, it didn't take long before they got something that was antiviral to slow it down. And now people can live till old age with it, right? But remember, there were them boys in them bathhouses who were spreading it. And, it took them, what, maybe a couple months to die from it? What happened with coronavirus when you got it? How long did it take? If you didn't have medicine, how long did it take for corona to die? We're talking about people who weren't treated. Look at the progression in time. This is the 80s now. Look at the progression in time. And it'll all start making sense to you if you start writing it down and going, this happened in the 80s, this happened in the 90s, this happened in 2000s. You'll start noticing that the time between contact and death gets shorter every single disease. And that's these type of diseases. You'll also find out, if you look at the science, that these diseases are traveling the same way. They're traveling the same way. No longer does a disease need a mosquito to travel. Remember, the Black Plague traveled by way of mosquitoes. And even before then, the conquistadors killed off a bunch of Native Americans and Mexicans just by landing on shore. And if you go to the Amazon forest, you'll find out that there were 20 some odd million people there. And they died when what happened? The Europeans touched down on their land. They had no way of understanding what happened. They were wiped out in less than 100 years. They were all gone. How did that disease travel? Mosquitoes. So for the longest time, mosquitoes have been killing people. The Romans, mosquitoes. When it was killing them from Black Plague, it came right down the road. It traveled right down the road because there were 1 million people in Rome during that time. And they were all doing what? Traveling down the road in and out of Rome. As soon as those mosquitoes got in, boom. The mosquitoes need blood to survive. They started biting all the people. All the people got sick, and a bunch of them died. No longer are mosquitoes needed. It's airborne now. No longer is it contact by a person. You don't have to breathe on somebody for somebody to get what you have. They just have to breathe. So everything is more progressive now, which puts you in a state of hysteria because now you don't know how to defend from it. You watch your family drop, a family member fall. You're just like, what happened to them? What are they're sick from, whatever this new stuff is. That's what happened with, in 2020. Family members started dropping. And they're just like, they have this. Right? That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. And that's my thoughts on it. Now you guys can always check, especially about how the molecule is, the nervous system accepts painkillers, and you can get into the cellular division and mitosis, meiosis, and all that other stuff. You just start looking. That's usually during birth, but nonetheless, cellular division is still a critical part of it, because if you have one cell that's dying, then this is how other cells die. Crypto founder. Which crypto? What crypto founder? Is it the one that just ripped everybody off? Or is it the one that, Cash App? Because we know Cash App, dude, he died. He got stabbed to death from a love triangle. No, it's gonna mess that up. Tell him rested. Yeah, which one are we talking about? What are we talking about? First Cash App founder. Yeah, Cash App dude, he's out of here. Crypto founder found dead. ONFO coin. I never even heard of that coin. Now crypto founder. How do I? Things are weird. It's in the Bible now. Well, let me say this about these crypto people. Let me say this. Let me say this about these weird ass crypto goofies. They get out here and they pitch. Okay, let's take some examples. Let's take the one guy who's this billionaire, young dude, just recently, and his whole thing just crashed. Right? I don't know what his name is, but just some goofy nerd, and he had this. He had a whole crypto thing going on, and it boom, it tanked. Millionaires lost all their money, blah, blah, blah. This guy's looking at doing a lot of time. He's probably going to die in jail like Bernie Madoff. But even before that, there was another guy. He didn't make millions, but he made a couple 100,000. And the way he did it was he set up a crypto account. And when you set up a crypto account and you put it out there that this coin is available. So let's call this crypto coin sunglasses coin. You set it up, you put it out there. I don't know how they do it. I'm not a nerd like that. They put it out there. What happens is you have investors that come along and say, I want to back up your coin. When they back up your coin, they put money behind it, it inflates the value of the coin. So that's what this guy did. He put a coin out there. They get on Reddit, which is one of their favorite places to go, and they boost up this coin. You get people who put money behind it. Once this coin gets out there, people hear about it, like Dogecoin and blah, blah, blah. People are like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and buy this coin. What happens is those people flood the market because they think it's going to do the same thing that Bitcoin did. So you got Bitcoin, you got Ethereum, you got, all kind of Dogecoin. You got a whole bunch of them. You can look on eToro.com and see all the coins out there. And still, there are more coins than that. The thing about those coins is you have to actually transfer those coins to dollars. That's when it gets real sticky because you can have a coin that's worth $25 million or 25 million, sunglass coins, but it turns out to be $30. So these coins go through the roof. People start putting money behind them. And when that happens, they know other people are going to put money behind these coins. They're going to invest it. They're going to start buying these coins. And then these coins get to these platforms like Cash App and Webull and Robinhood. And once it hits there and people see that these are available, they go ahead and buy them without being any other wiser that this is just a couple of nerds who did this. But they think they're going to be worth something, especially if it's transferred to dollars. That's the big thing about that's the big deal about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is transferred excuse me, to dollars. It has a dollar value to it. If you buy so many Bitcoins, it's worth so many dollars. So if you sell so many, you have so many dollars now. So this is what people are trying to do. They're trying to follow the wave of Bitcoin. And when they do this, they're all trying to get this gold rush. This is the same thing that happened when the internet popped off. That's why the internet hit a bubble and people lost all their money. They thought because I have a company that's on the internet, I'm going to be rich. But there's only so many people that got rich off of the internet by building a company on the internet. So what happened was a lot of people lost their shirt because they invested in people who had internet companies. This is the same thing. It's just presented a different way. It's the same damn thing. It's another gold rush. It's another blood soaked gold rush, is what it is. And now you have people who are losing their head, literally, they're dying, that are making these because people are finding out that it's not really what it is. Now, listen, anytime you shine, somebody wants to dull that light. So if they know that you made ABC company and they see ABC company doing good, they want to take it from you. They want to hurt you. And some people are willing to kill you and go to jail and say, hey, at least you're not living good. Why do you deserve a beautiful wife and a beautiful home and a brand new Ferrari? Why? What made you so special? Because I was smart and I made something that everybody wanted. So I have a young wife, I have a brand new Ferrari, and I'm living good. No, I think I'm gonna kill you. Yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and kill you, and I'm gonna go ahead and sit in jail for 25 years. But at least you're dead. That's how people really think. How much do you pay for your haircut, homie? Pay like 50 for me and my son. You know what? I got this haircut about 2 weeks ago, and then I went and tried to, fade myself up and jacked it up a little bit. So I went and bought some clippers, some more clippers, and I've been hacking out my hair because I want to learn how to fade. So I've been practicing on my hair. You know what I mean? I want to learn how to do it all myself. I've been practicing my own fade. So this, what you see, I didn't pay anything for this because I did it myself. So I've been hacking at it and trying to got myself some new clippers and new heads and everything, and I've just been trying to get my fade tight. I'm an amateur at it, but you know, $50. That's about it. But I'm not going back. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get this right. I'm gonna learn how to fade now that I've been watching videos on it and whatnot. And I got an interview coming up. So this is gonna be, I'm gonna tighten this up real good here in a couple days. The morning of my interview, this is gonna be I'll be like what happened? Yeah, like what? Let me in the door, OSU. Let me in the door. Get all up in the give me that part-time money. Yeah, let me work part-time. I'll do it. Screw that. So $50. But yeah, so the crypto people are losing their shirts, they're losing their heads because they're ripping too many people off and meme stocks and all this other. It's bad because when you're looking at Bitcoin and you're going, Bitcoin isn't going to do this. Yeah, see, you think it's a company that is backed up by FDIC. Any coin that you buy is not backed up by FDIC, even though you can walk into a store and there will be a Bitcoin machine there now. It's still not backed up by FDIC. FDIC covers $250,000 in your bank. If you have more than okay, so there was a bank that just went, listen, banks go topsy-turvy all the time. But there is this bank that just went, topsy-turvy. I told you guys this story before, but somebody might be here that hasn't heard it. Pretty much the bank that pretty much went out of business. What this bank did, what the people did was who they owned companies, and one lady, she owned a medical company, her and her partner. And what she did was, because they have a couple million and they had it in the bank. What happened was they had a friend of theirs, some guy sent them an email and said, listen, take your money out of this bank. And they thought it was a joke, but the one lady said, no, let's take it serious and let's see what he's talking about. And after they looked around, for a minute, they said, yo, we really got to take our money up out of this bank. And he said, but do it quietly. Now, how do you quietly take millions of dollars out of your bank account? You do it in pieces because you cannot withdraw a whole bunch of money at once without some suspicion. And that's really what they were trying to get away from. They didn't want the bank to freeze the account. Because if the bank saw that you were withdrawing a bunch of money, we've all had it happen to us on a weekend. We bought something expensive and then we get that call. Well, that can also happen to you if you have millions of dollars in the bank and all of a sudden it's leaving all at once. What they're going to do is they're going to freeze the transaction. And if they would have froze the transaction and then the bank went, belly up, they would have only been that bank would have only been responsible, not even the bank. Actually, the federal government would have only been responsible for only $250,000 of it. FDIC. Yeah, it does look like a Bootsy fade. Who was an ER doctor? Too much. How much? Who was an ER doctor? Sorry, I just been talking. I know it's a little weird, but I almost like it. Yeah. What you guys eating for dinner tonight? For dinner. What's for dinner? Almost like that. Yeah, what's for dinner? I'm probably just gonna have a sandwich and call it. Probably just gonna call it. Probably gonna call it. Hey Hardaway. When's the fight? You know what? The truth is, I was gonna make some beans tonight. Well, it's not pork and beans. I got some beef. It's a quick, easy fix. I'm actually probably gonna still do that. Key of F, F sharp. Take up an octave. What you cooking? Oh, you don't cook. Do you cook? Do you cook, Natalie? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I was just asking. I don't know if you cook or not. You know, it's just an honest question. If I don't cook, I starve if I don't cook. Shoot, I'll be out of here if I ain't cook. I can't even play this fight. What's wrong with me? I'm hungry. Blood pressure might be a little high. Check my blood pressure. Okay, your words, not mine. Are you good for something? Oh, everybody's got something going on. Trust me, everybody's got something going on. You got something going on. Check yourself, man. I can't stand to see something happen to you. Yeah, I caught a dizzy spell. Y'all ain't never seen that before. Well, let me say this. They don't happen often, but usually it tells me that my blood pressure is high. But I take my medicine every day. Take it easy. No, actually, when you have high blood pressure, you got to do the opposite. Got to work out, you got to eat certain things. Yeah, if you don't, you're out of here. And sometimes it happens because of the lights too. Yeah. The light can give you dizzy spells too. Because I take my medicine all the time. I could stand to lose some weight though. Yeah. I was trying something new, see if it'll work. Not going well. I'm out of practice, that's why. I'm gonna go where the pretty flowers go. I'll be back in an hour or so. Yeah, man. Them health issues get you, boy. I thought with you when you hit your 50s, man. You'd be like, man, I'm good in my 20s. You'd be like, your 30s, you'd be like, I'm all right. I'm all right, though. You know, you hit your 40s, you're just like, ooh, you know what? Catch up to you guys. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. So you hit your 50, you're just like, what? You want to what? Nah. No, we're not doing that. Your 60s, you're just like, don't even call me. I rest all the time. I rest all the time. I rest all the time. I'm out of practice, ain't I? Well, I'm way out of practice. Check it. You know what? I never check my blood pressure level. This isn't working. I tried to make some hip hop, but it didn't work. I do need to check my BP. Maybe I need some new medication. Huh. I'm gonna contact my helped you out? How? How did my stream help you out? Not bad though. It's not a bad fade, Hardaway. Ain't bad though. You know what I mean? It's still me. It was sharp. You know, I had it. I've been chomping at it though. This one dude, man, after he work at the gym, bro got like, you know, he got a fade, but his hair up top, you know, it's like it's got that nice little twisty look. He done it with a brush. It's like, how'd you do that? He's like, with a brush. Like, yeah, this brush right here, I just go like this and it looks like it's twisted. I'm like, man, I need to get with that. Man, I need me one of them brushes. Try to go to the Asian store next door to get some hair clippers. They start speaking in another language and looking at me. I ain't going in there no more. Dirty bastards. How you gonna speak in your native tongue knowing we don't know it and you looking right at me? Bastards. Playing that fake ass Christian music. Knowing you don't like us. Like, you don't like us. Shopping with y'all no more. Sitting up there speaking in whatever Korean or whatever nonsense. It's like, all right, I see y'all. I don't need my money. Punk asses. Knowing she's calling me a bad word. It's like, all right. Y'all just gonna sit here and talk about us like that? Okay. I was like, all right. See how they talk about your people, Natalie? how they talk about your folk? No love. No love, Natalie. They ain't got no love for us. No love for your kinfolk. Black people want $5 million in reparations. You'll never see it. Almost. It's not doing what I wanted to, but it's got that nice. Ghostface. Can't distinct. It's not dropping on it. That's what's happening. Yeah, it's not dropping. Natalie. Natalie said she's good for nothing. I'm not good for anything. Oh, you good for something? Everybody's good for something. Oh. Okay. Not good for anything. That's what we all think until somebody finds value in us. So somebody finds value in you, then you're just like, oh. Gotta be good for something. What's up tonight? I suck. I'm good for a lot of things. Like what? You're good for like what? Like, can you cook? Like, what you got going on? You're good for what? I mean, what you got? You good at mathematics or what are you good at? What are you good at? Educate us. What you good at? I mean, what you good at? I want to know. You're like, I'm good for a lot of things. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. What you good for? You're an inventor. It doesn't, see, now it doesn't, all right. I thought we were making progress, but you're. We were making progress with. Making some progress. I thought we were like, I thought we were there. What am I looking for in my next home? 2-bedroom garage. Yeah. I need some space. What are you looking for your next home? What are you guys looking for? 3-bedroom? What? 2.5 bath? 3-car garage? Two and a half bath. What are you guys gonna do? Two and a half bath with the what you guys got? What you got over there? 4-bedroom. 4-bedroom. It's a deal. Oh. Why the extra bedroom? Why do you need the extra bedroom? Why the extra bedroom? What are you going to do with that? You going to turn it into a studio or something? See, I need 2 bedrooms because this is my studio. Now, let's just say if, I did happen to acquire a mate, female type, and she happened to, I don't know, we either brought a child into this world or she had a child. Then I would have to, I'll have to say there's gonna be a change around here. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I have to go. There's gonna be a change around here. Oh yeah. Oh, there's gonna be some change. chain around here. Whew. Man, it's gonna be change. Yeah. My mom thinks she will have imaginary. Well, let me tell you something. Mothers are usually prepared for somebody to see their house. You know, so they're like, oh, I got to do this and I got to do that. You know, it's not wrong with that. Mothers are usually prepared. I'm like, I know somebody's coming over today. I just don't know who it is and I don't know when. I want to do kind of like a. You know what I listen to a lot? Neo soul music, neo soul beats. I just don't know how to make them. But I really enjoy listening to them. Yeah, moms are always ready for somebody to come over. I know somebody coming over. Yeah, boy, get my house clean. Always ready for somebody to come over. I know the mic. I know. I just don't know who it is. Natalie, you make sure you clean up after yourself when you come out that kitchen now. You know, I want my bottom bed dirty shoes up and tell mom to watch cartoon. Bye. Yes, ma'am. No, your mom tell her, Natalie, what you doing over there too long in the shower? Come on now and cause water now. I'm paid the price. I'm working now. Eating jelly beans. Come on out the shower now. You've been in it too long. I ain't doing nothing. Washing your toes. Out in hamburgers. Natalie, I'm going to the store. Mama does not talk like that. My mama talks like a saintly woman. She talks saintly. My mama talks like a saintly woman. She a saintly woman. You be talking about your mama. Sorry about that. She got faint. Speaking of saints, there was a Catholic saint that died in 1990 something. They exhumed her body. She'd been dead for years. She looked like she died yesterday. Black woman, too. My mama doesn't talk like that. My mama talk like a saint. She talk like a saint. My mama do not talk like that. She talk like a saintly woman, don't you, mama? I sure do, Natalie. What that boy say about me on that television? What that boy say about me on the television, Natalie? Mama, he said you talk like that. And you got to tell that peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You debate that boy eating popcorn. She was born in time. Boy, ain't got no business. Mama, do not. My mama used to say crazy. My mom used to say the craziest stuff out of her mouth. We used to be like, what did you just say? We'd be like, what? Okay, Mom. Like, all right, Mom, you got it. She had to laugh at herself sometimes. Like, well, you say the craziest stuff. She'd be looking down at the ground and saying it. My mom used to say the crazy stuff like, used to be like, what? Used to be like, Mom, what did you say? Your mom's American, so do it with an accent. I do not know what you're talking about. Do what with an accent? That's Creole. We're not talking Creole. It's about road there down the bayou. I don't know how y'all talk, really. I really don't. I'm just acting stupid. I'm sorry. I don't know how y'all talk. That sucked. I don't know about how y'all talk, man. Y'all talk y'all Creole, right? French. Y'all speak a French slang. Do you understand what that means? A French slang. See, here's what I found out about the way Americans talk. I don't know how to do an accent. Here's what I found out about the way Americans talk. We do not speak proper English. It is not our fault. We're not English. We speak a very bastardized slang version of English. Because if you went to England and actually listened to them talk, you'd be like, "Oh, I don't. Mm-mm. No, I definitely don't talk like you do." And they can tell you're American even before they see your face. If they listen to the way you talk, they're like, "That's not English." You know, there's, it's almost like a Cockney is what we speak. Like a patois. A very downgraded slang version. Yeah. So, yeah, we speak a very bastardized version. Of course, we speak a bastardized version of every language we come across because we don't know we know our original language. It's Semitic. Well, that's just East Coast, you know. You know what I'm saying? Uh, that East Coast. See if I can make this work. Cooking my beans with a little kielbasi. I got a little kielbasi going on. A little kielbasi. Is that all right? It's not all right. What are you gonna do? Nobody likes kielbasi. It's hard to find beef anymore. It's like, bro, I ain't got no beef. They killed 1,800 cows. At once. In Texas. Now they did it. They blew them up in a fire. And they all vanished. They all got burnt to a crisp in a flash fire. Bang! They started the fire outside of where the cows were. And once the fire entered in where the cows were, they all blew up instantly. Poof! 1,800 cows gone. Suddenly. I want to call that an accident. Like, that's not an accident. That's not an accident. That's not an accident. I wanted to talk like a New York. New York slang is very attractive. New York is attractive until you really see the underside of it. And you're just like, it's a cesspool. I don't want nothing to do with you crazies. You're just like, yeah, New York. Yeah, New York. Yeah. I'm from New York, son. Check it. Yeah, some of the hustlers being from New York. You find out they're all a bunch of loonies. You're like, you niggas are really... like, you niggas are crazy. Y'all really off y'all rocker out here. A little softer. Nah, New York is a crazy. I know people from New York. They got the hell out of there. They're like, we left. We left New York because the cost of living, the people, and this is 20 years ago. They're like, we got the hell out of New York. They're like, we had to get out of New York, yo. It's crazy, son. Yo, baby, acting a fool in New York. Son is crazy. Son is madness. Yo, done. New Yorkers always talk like something's happening that's not happening. You know what I'm saying, son? I'm going down to the store, you know what I mean? I'm going to go down to the store, see what it is. It's just what it is, you know what I'm saying, yo? And then when I get down there, son, I'm about to buy me some juju beans, son, you know what I mean? Be like, son, you about to walk down 2 blocks and buy some penny candy. Yeah, son, it's like that, you know what I'm saying? I will go buy the penny candy then, like, why? Yummy, over there. Like, son, just go. You miss Hardaway? Y'all should call each other. Get his phone number. He's still on here. I'm sure he misses you too. Call each other. Do something. See how that works out. Okay. memories caught in the place. It's getting shot in the face. He's such a great father. Yeah, call the nigga. I don't care. I mean, do something. Speakers. I got my spread. Oh, I like this little joint. Uh, I like that. Turn the frequency down. That's hard. Now I'm gonna put a. It already has one on there. And 2 buses. A lot of memories. Everybody's gone. Have a good evening. Everybody left.